So clear. It's clear about business and about the audience. As I can see, they are very positive about brands in esports. For example, they see that they are close, they help organize their favorite tournaments, and they support their favorite clubs. State is another question. When I enter cybersports.ru, in the comments about any state initiative, the comments saying that governments should put their hands away from esports is the most popular. Why do you think so? I think Dmitry gave us some broad overview about this story. Government and state, it's all about people, and a lot of people, they take interest in esports. I would like to outline a case with the company Rosatom. A lot of people don't understand what Rosatom takes. Well, energy, atomic energy, they are huge. They are a state enterprise, but they don't understand completely what they do. They do huge technological projects across Russia, and their task was to attract young audience to further employ them. Young employees are in high demand, but there is a cliché about the company Rosatom. We had a very interesting campaign together in which we, through the lens of esports, through skills and competences necessary in esports, they held some tests and we told them what Rosatom projects are the most suitable for them. Some of them found out that Rosatom really takes cyber-computer technologies. So this is how they find out how they can implement their skills in great projects that make our life better. That's the campaign we had. We did measurements before, asked young people about where they wanted to work. 70% of them would answer Google, Meta. Only 2% of them said Rosatom. At the end of the campaign, we increased the popularity of Rosatom among young people. We integrated the people into massive esports, into working with Rosatom, and we filled the gap in knowledge about Rosatom. It's a great victory for us. I hope this process will accelerate, and the day we have campaigns with Gazprom, Rosneft is about to come, and it will. We will see those companies opening their doors to young people. They will have opportunities for huge projects, and people will have some place to implement their best skills. That will be the window for state to cooperate with esports. The Federation of Esports in mainstreaming the development of esports is unprecedented. And we see people taking activity in esports sphere. We see the life of these people becomes better. Thank you very much. I studied a great number of cases abroad in cooperation between the state and esports community. I hope that we will have a bigger number of such cases to look up to. So we discussed esports in different aspects, but we haven't covered the main, something that esports does not exist without. I mean games. Games that people play. My next question will be to Artem, who represents the gaming industry. There is a myth, maybe it's true, So let's say there is an impression that in Russia there are a lot of talented game designers, but mostly they work for foreign companies. Is it really so? Thank you very much for your question. I'm really glad to see everybody here in the hall, both in the hall and online. That's a very good question, but we can have maybe even two answers to it. I will start with the main, not with the developers, but those who are in the middle of that universe, the player. The player makes choices how to spend time, to watch streams, to play in competitions, and what to invest their attention into. The attention economy is the greatest driver of the sphere. And developers also pose themselves a task to capture the attention as rapid as possible. So they tend to go to spheres that have greatest number of players. Russia is a very vibrant market, so that's why it helps to gain profit. Of course, it's better to do it on a global scale, but Russia is a traditionally vibrant cluster that contributed to the development of gaming industry around the world, and our company helped develop it in Russia. So I would say that yes, the game development will be promoted in Russia. The gamer is the center of that sphere. We are now developing a project Keyplay that would unite all elements in the life of the player. The games themselves, esports, events, streams, some events and items that have some relations to gaming. So yes, we all care about the happiness of the player. We want them to win, to share their emotions with their nearest and dearest. Thank you. About the player, which is in the center of that whole ecosystem, I read a report by consulting group. It said that Russia is in top 5 countries with highest gaming consumption. But there are problems with the production of that gaming content. Do we really have a lack of high-skilled developers? The question is a bit deeper. There are tools of production, there are teams that work with those tools and create unique products. There is some consolidation of production, but the Russian culture of game creation is really strong. And the old plane Tetris was created in Russia, as you know. So the fight for the attention is still on, and Russia has big chances. We have great developers and high-tech specialists. It's no secret that in Russia has great designers and all the factors for future success. Thank you. I'm a gamer myself, and I have no problems admitting that. I like role plays. I mean computer role plays. I have recently played the legendary Japanese game Yakuza. I was really impressed by the visual aspect of it, by the communication in that game. It's a game that is really different in style from the mainstream Western titles. In Russia, Do we want to resemble the West, or we are likely to go our own way? Do we copy the Japanese, the Americans, or we have our own trends to follow? I think we have our own way, but we are also very open to what's going on around us. We are really open-minded, and we look at what works, what is popular. It all comes down to the center of that universe, the player. If the player is interested, so projects will be implemented to attract that interest. And Japan and the US, Europe, even Poland, they are also developing based on the interest of the player, his emotion and his attention. Yeah, I cannot but agree. Thank you. Maybe our audience has some questions to the speakers. I can see some questions. Thank you very much for a very interesting session. I'm not very close to esports, but now I'm interested in some stuff. I have a question about a game. So, for example, when a game is created, do I project it in advance that it will become a subject for esports, or it becomes competitive in tournaments later? How does it happen that some games are played in tournaments and some are not? Is it forecast, or do you decide upon that later? Maybe I will be the one to answer this question. From the very outset, nobody knows whether it will be popular. It's some kind of a magic. Nobody can forecast that there are 5 games, this one will be popular and others won't. Secondly, we have some precedents when games are created sheerly for esports competition. For example, League of Legends. And the plot was created only afterwards. Originally, it was just for the sake of mechanics. The same can be said about our Tetris. It was created to compete who gets more points. That's that's some cyber sports at the very outset of it. I can say that developers have that in mind, that esports will be the basis for this game. Like in the situation may be different, like in World of Warcraft. But nobody can give a forecast that something will be popular, something won't be. And may I add, I will try to. Let's add some pragmatic approach to it. Every game has its own criteria, whether it's interesting to watch, what's the role of luck in it. We can make any game esports discipline, but it may not be popular. Esports are sports, and sports should give equal opportunities, have clear rules, and people who play 1 minute and play 10 years should have a difference. Games like Dota 2 and Counter-Strike, they have been proving that the competitive process has its sport inside it. It has its own drama. In Dota 2, it starts from the very choice of your characters. What character, what position you take, what style. It all depends on the items you buy, on your gaming style, aggressive or not, what's your strategy, etc. Counter-Strike has a more dynamic plot. It's very clear from the very outset, and other skills are necessary. The speed of your reaction, how you see the map. So at the very stage of development, it's really difficult to forecasted, as well as in interactive football, FIFA, PES, etc. We can watch live football, for example. So in interactive football, it will be much more difficult to collect people at the same arena, but people play this game. Esports for developers is like marketing tool. People see how other players play this game. They decide to start playing it, spend money in it. The more players play, the faster the industry develops. So we cannot give you a clear answer, but some developers try to do it.
At the moment when the game is created, we have the combination of three: technology, data, and creativity. Even when a certain discipline has been created, the new cycle continues. You want to improve something, and it's actually infinite. We add new tech, new mechanics, new formats, and we consider emotion, statistics, the reaction of the audience, and it's a constant cycle of improvement. In a good sense, actually, it's a very long road, which will be for our interest as well. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much for your speech. Today's agenda is very interesting. When you spoke about cancel culture, I think we might know that recently Cloud9 have signed Gambit Sports. It's a very interesting precedent that Russian teams are banned from international tournaments, but if they perform under the auspices of the international organization, they will be accepted at tournaments. It's an interesting point. And I have two questions in the sense. The first one is to you, Nicola. Perhaps when you spoke of how to popularize these streamings and sports types, what do you think about the point that the television will broadcast not only traditional hockey, football, and so on sports, but also from time to time esports as well? At least the most popular ones like LOL, Counter-Strike, and Dota, to popularize it among the population. Well, let's start from Cloud9 and the Gambit list they have signed. As Dmitry have noted justly, esports is a business. Professional esport is business, and its model is really like Formula One. It's fully commercialized. You have nationalities and teams with certain nationalities. Even within tournament organizations, it's not a dominant feature. You don't have hymns of countries which participate. You don't have flags. And Cloud9 have obtained the list on Counter-Strike of the Gambits shows how esports business is actually pragmatic. Gambit list and Gambit number of players in a virtual reality would cost a few millions of dollars. Cloud9 was bought for 1,100,000. They bought it with a big discount. It just shows that despite outer noise, so to say, around the Russian esports or esports in general, business remains pragmatic in everything that it does. And Cloud9 saw the opportunity to save some money, and the organization is American, and they have much venture money. They could buy it for 5 or 7 million, but Gambits were at a disadvantage negotiating stance. They wanted to get rid of the list. They wanted to obtain some money, so they got this money. The money they got. so that you understand this. So this outer noise doesn't really influence business decisions. As for esports in television broadcast, we had such attempts. None of them was successful because if we consider the audience interests, then the audience doesn't watch television. The audience of esports, it's a fact. We can make the audience of the television to watch esports. We had such attempts, but they didn't find any answer. The esports audience watches tournaments on Twitch or also on VK, where we also place broadcasting and streaming, and we will only increase the capacity. We have already discussed it. We want to create an analog to Twitch for the Russian audience to consider all the bonuses this platform has. It's really great, and it's number one among the streaming platforms on the world. And Microsoft and Facebook, and back then Facebook, tried to compete with Twitch, but they failed, and those projects were suspended. But we believe that, firstly, if we use the technologies we have with VK, and if we analyze the minuses that Microsoft and Facebook had, we would be able to create an analog where esports will dominate. Thank you very much. And my second question is as follows. As far as I know, last year, Russia saw the question that the state is not interested in to regulate cryptocurrencies deals, and they have deals like, so to say, in the shadow, and the state cannot control it. What do you think about it? Can esports include cryptocurrencies in order to be able to exchange goods and services? Should it be regulated? Because many inside gaming good services and goods can cost up to millions of dollars. And we also have the question of scam, manipulation. Should we regulate it, or should it be left as it is, or to be left to players? We should understand that we can only regulate only within our own legislature. That's what you speak about. The exchange of goods and services and game is actually over national. Regulation within a country could have could have only restrictions. Otherwise, you cannot regulate it. Over national things cannot be regulated within a legislature. It's counterproductive, in my opinion. If you let me, I would add something. For 15 years, I have played Lineage 2, and I understand the value of goods there and the scap and so on. There are many ways of development, starting from the base one, when all items belong to the company and the user only take it, only rent it, and when you exchange it, so it is fixed as a sub rent, and the company is the owner. And here the company can introduce the rules. That's how metaverse, if it is created, they will follow this suit. Everything will belong to them, and the user will rent the items. Secondly, if everything develops according to the principle of the cryptocurrency, what is blockchain good for? You can see everything. It's transparent. You cannot scam there. Everything is documented. You can see the whole way of the item or good, and you cannot hide it anywhere. In this context, we can see such games follow this use. But as Nikolai said, it's international. It's international trend. Russia, China, USA should sign a joint memorandum or an agreement which would regulate something like that. If you decided to catch the criminals and created the organization, then we might create something like this here, and you can catch those criminals in the virtual reality. It might be possible as well. But to be honest, I believe that business would be a bit more rapid, and I believe the first idea will be more popular. Thank you. What is scam? Could you please explain? Scam is a type of fraud when one person using fraud gets an item which belonged to a different person earlier. It's a traditional way to commit fraud. Have you read Pinocchio? Well, it's almost the same actually. Good afternoon. I have a question about venture investment in esports. If we, if the Western country, if we see in Western countries the combination of venture investment and esport, we don't have the same in Russia. What barriers do we have? Can we overcome those barriers? And to make Russian business actively invest into esports organizations. Yes, Nikolai, please. Let's get from more general things to more specific ones. Interest rate in the US is 0.25%, and over 2 years of the pandemic restrictions, the US government invested $4 trillion into the economy, like parachute money, business help, and so on. They have a lot of money. And investors are basically looking for an opportunity to invest for any rates, for any planning whatsoever. That's why the situation we have in the venture investment in the USA cannot be applied to any other country. As for Russia, we have investment in cybersport, VK, for example. Its affiliate is East Force. We invest as well. Over these years, we have created the industry itself from scratch. And esport was already a recognized type of sport. It was very popular one. We turned it into business, and we cannot say the same about other types of sport, since the players there. I don't want to shame anyone, but many types of sports are still not business, and I don't think they will ever become. I would like to add something. I believe it's important to speak about the object of investment. Esports is a very wide industry. We have the broadcast organizers, tournament organizers, we have teams, media. We also have blogger participation and streamers. If we take each part independently and look into it in detail, we can see players who actually invest. I believe the most active object right now is teams, because teams can be collected quite quickly, and monetization opportunities are also quite wide, and return on investment is high. I don't think that it applies entirely to cybersport as part of long-term investment. Not all projects give big returns and quick returns. I believe that venture in Russia is actually a complete separate thing. Many invest in companies who have already some clientele, some returns and earnings as well. And those projects are very rare. The projects which get investment for ideas. In the US, the investment climate was much bigger and better. But as for Russia, we have investment, and esports is a good tool to this regard, but you should look separately into every object. Now it seems computer clubs, it's not a venture type, but many people invest into computer clubs. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I would like to continue the topic of the developers. Artem, you started this topic. I have a question. Which problems do modern Russian developers face? Why do they register their companies abroad? And in general, what problems do they have? And will VK Play or other big companies search human resources among Indian developers, or maybe small companies or startups, now when the Western market is a bit separated from us and we need to restore human resources here? Are there any projects in this context? It's a very good question. As in terms of how to support the developers, I spoke about our view, and in the center we have the player, and we support the developers as well. We have created unique conditions to monetize. We give tools for development. We support the developers themselves. We have an opportunity to place all the games, and we have an aim to form this space, not only for the players, but also for all the developers who plan to improve themselves on the Russian market with the Russian players. As for problems, I wouldn't call them problems, but I would call them opportunities for perfection, and developers try to diversify the risks, and certain elements, certain problems, so to say, are present, especially geo-distributed players and geo-distributed production of games. We have certain turbulence here. It's decided case by case, but generally the main aim of the developer is to create the product itself, its essence. There are many studios who create something, but they don't get a product. We have the same problem, actually. The essence is the creativity, the technology, and the statistics about it. We see certain interest from the specialists for both. We have a lot of studios for developers inside, and we're actually ready to welcome them. We also have a venture fund to buy studios, and we try to build a hierarchy of a decent approach with the development at each level. I hope I have answered your question. Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Dmitry, I remember that you spoke about the opportunity to implement esports education in schools, in comprehensive schools. 4 years ago, as far as I remember, advertising of such camps, esports camps, was very popular on YouTube, and maybe last year, some higher education institutions launched programs to train esports in the area of esports education. What do you think about it? Do you think it is necessary? Do you think that school education should include esports and it should be obligatory, or should everyone choose and be able to choose it for themselves. If partners see more interest in this area, more participation, I believe it will increase investment as well. It's a very complex question. Let's look at it by point. As for higher educational institutions, with our help, open programs connected to e-sport, some train managers, some train coaches. We support it because the industry develops quite quickly, and we still are in need of human resources. As for summer camps, we have heard about such initiatives for the last 10 years. I think we created one project with Orlonok some time ago when esports was on the rise. Now many summer camps do the same. It's in demand, and many parents actually want their kids to participate in such camps. As for schools, I believe it wouldn't be right to impose esports on everyone. I believe it should be left to the parents. We should give an opportunity and to explain what esport is. I have been doing it for the last 23 years. That's what I'm doing. And many people still don't understand. Maybe they don't want to understand. They have heard it maybe somewhere, but it's a separate problem. But for those who understand what cybersport, what esport is, we should be provided with opportunities. Education is a state prerogative, and our aim here is to follow all state standards and to apply the rule not to do harm. We are constantly in dialogue with the Ministry of Health, with Ministry of Education, with Ministry of Science. The main aim is not to do harm and not to create problems. I hear all the time that I would do the same for 10 years. Maybe someone could do it over 10 years, but I have tried multiple times and thought it through. That's how we move, especially when we speak about pupils. We are not in a rush. We want to take a complex approach to get the support of all the ministries and agencies and to create an opportunity as option. I'm against obligatory things like this.
I like to add that we have a lot of online educational platforms making their programs, and that's left to the people either to study it or not. On the state level, everything should be worked out pretty well. Thank you very much. I have a question about the market of game developing. Structure-wise, what is it like today? Small companies or huge holdings, and where is it going? As I think, it seems to me that there are global players that invest in small studios and become some kind of Sber that includes everything in its ecosystem. Is it really true? And does it really fit the opportunities of the development of the market in Russia? Or maybe globally, let's compare it. Russia is the element of the global market, so all the trends that we have in the Russian market, they are also represented globally and vice versa. So I cannot say that we trail behind, no. I know there are a lot of companies, international companies, they come from Russia, they are trailblazers, they follow our development culture. We have three trends. First, market consolidation under huge studios. Second, a lot of non-gaming companies arrive, like Microsoft, that develop the sphere. And there is an interesting trend, the consolidation of gaming and media agglomerators at the intersection between media, esports, games, and brand management. Those trends are reflected in the attention economy, and the consolidation of these trends at the global level is projected onto the Russian market. On the one hand, it's a very good trend. It raises the general level of proficiency, level of the events, but also it's um, we have some developments that may help implement different skills. Technologies are moving fast, and some time before it took about 100 specialists to develop a game. Now it takes around 3 or 5 specialists to design it. That's a very obvious trend. So we will have more and more projects in Russia as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any more questions? It's great to see such interest. It's really interesting to me. The question is not about development. I am a professional athlete in rhythmics. I would like to ask, are there any grades in esports? And is it really possible to include esports in the Olympics? There are no flags of countries because teams may be international mixed. Maybe we need some special Olympics. And do we really need this movement? Thank you very much for your interest. Esports are no different from any other sports. As for requirements, we have grades, we have the European Federation, we have the International Federation. We are involved in the management of the International Federation. There are world championships held by that federation. No flags. We meant club competitions, international competitions of sports clubs. For example, the international. But when we have competitions held by the international federations, we have those attributes. There were World Cyber Games competitions held by Samsung. All those traditions of sports were observed. As for esports, what will have future, the club trend or national trend, we don't know. There are Asian Olympic Games, and in the framework of those games, esports competitions have been held for around 7 years. At the opening of the Olympics in Tokyo, there were some additional competitions in the Rocket League, for example. And of course, the International Olympic Committee studied the subject of esports because the audience is growing, the interest is growing, so it means money. That's why Thomas Bach summoned a big meeting. Our country was represented there, and we discussed how to integrate esports. There was a paradigm adopted that it should be integrated, but it shouldn't trigger violence. But the question turns up what violence is. For example, chess, is it a violent game? Because you can... is boxing violent because you hit each other? So burning your opponent by a fireball, is this violence? So it's a hot potato. But I think that esports will be present at the Olympics. It's my biggest wish not to be just included in the Olympic family. You see, esports are the natural continuation of sports. We expand the limits of our consciousness, and the same happens in sports. That's the logical continuation of it. Thank you. And if you let me, I would like to add something. As for the stereotypes, that esports and computer games, they involve violence because there are shooters, I think that there are obvious double standards because there are a lot of official Olympic disciplines that involve weapons, biathlon, for example, and real rifles are used there. A biathlete can be a sniper and kill a person. A Counter-Strike player who shoots never held a rifle and cannot handle it. Boxing, wrestling, obvious violence, unmotivated. People hit each other in the face for no reason, but it's considered sport. So there is no question of violence. About computer games, stereotypes still prevail. As for the inclusion of esports in the Olympic program, I personally think that esports have grown out of that necessity to be recognized by the Olympic family maybe 5 or 10 years ago, when esports had much more stereotypes around it. Cybersport needed that recognition to overcome its intrinsic complex of its being sport, but at the time not sport. So inclusion in the Olympic program could be the final answer to the question whether it's sport or not. Nowadays, we take into account the dynamic development of esports, both amateur and professional. It has no need to be recognized. And the Olympic Committee tries to use esports to attract younger audience. If you see the ratings in the Olympic Games, you can see the decline in viewers' interest because young people don't like archery or weightlifting because they are not interesting for their becoming highly doped. But esports are popular with the youth, and it's not very necessary to get under the umbrella of the International Olympic Committee with all those negative trends in it. But further development in the paradigm of the audience, that's the key. Thank you very much. I think that's about time. Thank you very much, dear speakers. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, dear viewers, those who are here, those who watch us online. See you at tournaments. Goodbye.
Встречайте приложение ВК-клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК-клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов.
ударить в 4-2 и с помощью обилки просто дотыкать.
А можно даже дать спел
Неистовый воин.
за одну ману и сделать обилку за 0. Или в
Ну,
этом не
вроде
нет
как,
смысла?
вроде как можно, да. Ну да, он так и отдает.
так и делать.
Ну это правильное решение, как бы здесь еще одно существо убить, это хороший план для Ханта.
Ну, кстати, охотник тоже неплохо справляется, но дальше его ждет очень неприятная высадка из механизмов.
Здесь штормоверт
Да.
еще есть.
Да, кстати, не все паладины ее включают в свою колоду.
Ну, большинство, кстати. Все равно большинство. Очень сильная карта для того, чтобы захватывать опять-таки инициативу.
Да, ну тут, как ты говорил, просто гигант идет в темп. Что...
Ну да. Ну а почему бы его не поставить? В принципе, достаточно сильно. В любом случае, куча статов, плюс баблы, и это все нечем вообще чистить Ханту. Посмотри, просто у него рука, то есть есть огромное количество троек, но что с ними делать не особо понятно. Давать просто тройку в бабл, потом еще одну тройку докидывать. Ну, точнее, потом обилка, потом тройка, и оставлять себе обилку на 4 на следующий ход. По крайней мере, гиганта сейчас можно будет таким образом зачистить. Можно сети отдать. Имеет ли это большой смысл здесь, не особо понятно.
Ну, сейчас посмотрим, что он в итоге решит. Обилку в 4-2. Угу.
Тут даже тройка пошла.
2 тройки, я так понимаю. Да.
Нет, вторая тройка в лицо вообще.
Угу.
Ну, он просто квест решил прямо сейчас выполнить, попробовать обстрелять уже с помощью обилки на следующий. Но нету дешевых слов, есть только неистовый вой плюс сетки. Этого, естественно, недостаточно здесь. Еще один знаменосец. Здесь уже просто очень сильно накачанная рука упала.
А вот и штормоверт.
Выходит штормоверт, да.
О, вот, кстати, прикольная реализация механики. Гигант призвался с хвостом.
Ну, я не знаю, что здесь сделать Ханту. Он 25 урона никак здесь не находит. Вообще никак. А его сносят на следующий.
Ну, мне кажется, нужно засматриваться в правый нижний угол.
Ты имеешь в виду на кнопку настроек? Она через Escape нажимается.
Ну да, ну или так, или Escape Conceit.
Ну, Escape Conceit здесь, скорее всего, да. Что поделать? Пытаюсь найти какой-то аут здесь для Ханта.
Ну тут
Ну, за счет
вообще...
чего он может выживать. Ну смотри, пирсинг-шот можно отдать в Ине. Получается минус 6 урона. Но в любом случае здесь остается гигант, еще есть Wind Fury. Его можно, конечно, зачистить здесь с помощью сетей плюс обилки. Ну, вообще,
Кстати,
вообще решает.
обилка на 6.
Ну да, обилка-то на 6, это понятно. Что
Ну,
она
а дальше
раскачанная с прошлого хода. Ну, неистовый вой попробует что-то топ-декнуть, переходит таунт в руку, но он здесь не спасает никаким образом. Ну все, эта игра закончена.
Да, вот если бы с крестом у паладина также заходила, возможно, тоже смог бы его додавить.
Ну да, а вот как такие столы, по твоему мнению, будет чистить здесь как его, прист? А прист никак это тоже бы не зачистил. Ждем, получается, решающую, я так понимаю.
Так,
Что у нас остается?
предположительно маг против Ханта.
Ну, предположительно, маг против Ханта, да. Возможно, ДХ кому-то оставили. Нет, ДХ в бане, действительно.
Ну ты бы на их месте банил бы ДХ.
Слушай, я не знаю, чтобы я на их месте банил. Я бы банил паладина, он меня очень сильно бесит здесь.
Не
Такой
знаю, по-моему,
вариации.
ДХ очень противная колода. Без стола, просто с лица сносит тебя. И ты никак
Ну, да.
не можешь это остановить. Максимально неприятно и токсично, как по мне. Кстати,
Да,
как
и КВ
думаешь,
нету в матчапе.
чем будут нерфить ДХ? Нерфить его по-любому будут. Вот какие карты затронут?
Слушай, мне кажется, двойной удар в первую очередь надо
Ну
нерфить.
да, это первый кандидат. Мне кажется, этого будет достаточно или нет? Как думаешь?
Ну, слушай, я не знаю, мне кажется, что будет достаточно, потому что у ДХ на самом деле так-то не так много урона вот в колоде. То есть он, в принципе, конечно, давит очень сильно, неприятно с ничего, но по итогу урона у него вот, чтобы на какой-то такой большой дистанции, у него его не так много. И, скорее всего, только за счет того, что у него двойной удар есть, он, в принципе, пока что держится очень высоко в мете.
Ну
Ну,
да, двойной
есть еще
удар плюс
карта,
глефа.
я не помню, как эта штука называется, когда ты там убиваешь существо, и после этого еще вроде бьешься в лицо. Если я об одной и той же карте говорю, конечно, это будет смешно, но,
Ну,
по-моему, это какая-то другая.
глефа ты имеешь в виду? Пушечка 1.3 или
Да,
нет?
да, именно они.
О, кстати, тут уже Драктар у охотника полетел.
Да, тут Драктар на 4-ю и 2 таунта вылетает. Вот таунты здесь неприятно, хотелось бы гадючи.
Да, побольше урона. 1.5
Но
туши
здесь
не очень будет
уже
удобно.
пинг на 2 и во всех существ.
Да, на следующий ход еще пойдет 1/4, я полагаю.
Скорее
Полная
всего, да,
зачистка
нужно
стала.
будет здесь чистить. Я думаю, сейчас охотник хочет уже начать как-то реализовывать выстрел драконобоя, чтобы побыстрее этот КВ свой выполнить. Вот как раз таки есть гарпунная пушка, и можно тыкнуться сейчас в 1.5, докинуть туда выстрел драконобоя и как бы вернуть его в руку при этом.
Ну да. Кстати, интересное решение брать пушечку 3.2, я пока такого ни разу не встречал.
Но она достаточно хорошо
Квест-конты.
себя показывает.
Ну да, улов
Как минимум
очень
можно
полезный
выбрать
механик.
карту.
Тем более такому архетипу, как квест-охотник, чтобы добирать именно карты на выполнение квеста. Ну или Дректара
Ну,
можно ловить, если он где-то на дне
ну,
затесался.
кстати, да, согласен. Ну и пушка так, кстати, тоже может где-то на дне затесаться, но так хотя бы какой-то аут будет. Еще один неосторожный ученик пошел.
Плюс первый огонь. Мешает полностью чистить стол. Ну, кстати, вот уже та самая нага для раскруточки в руке. Сейчас еще пару дешевых наг себе в руку набрать, и можно начинать неистово крутиться.
Ну да, ну наг нету, кстати, вот вообще нету.
Ну вот
Пока
он
что в
сейчас
руке у
может
мага.
четверку разыграть, чтобы у него нага за единичку в руке появилась. А вот сразу идет Тавиш. Кстати, Тавиш идет до того, как выполнился второй этап квеста, то есть у него обилочка будет за 0 по итогу.
Да, и потом он и сможет с помощью там хаферов просто весь стол призвать
Хафер
через
драконобой, хафер
уже
драконобой.
снайпера. Хафер и драконобой, да. Лучшая комбинация. Плюс один спел в лайнап.
А, вот
Ну
сразу
вот
идет
пошла
нага.
сирена.
Ну, кстати, очень
Ну
много
здесь
дешевых сирен.
агрессор пришел. Монетка, учитель пошел.
О, контршел, кстати, неплохо.
Ну,
Я бы
я
брал его.
думаю, хан проверит. Через единичку есть это, стрела пуджа.
А там проверять-то нечего. Там же такой прикольчик небольшой, то что на этой наге пишется, какой секрет разыгрывается.
Ну да, кстати, да, согласен.
Это очень странная
Применяет
реализация.
заклинание антимагии.
Ну, кстати, я не понимаю, почему
Это,
Близы это не исправляют. Это, ну, очень странно.
мне кажется, это прикольная механика на самом деле. Мне нравится. Так, ну стол пока что у мага есть, но есть чем чистить выстрел драконобоя в 3-2. Есть обилка. Ее, кстати, сейчас можно будет сделать уже за 0. Соответственно, призывать какого-нибудь, не знаю, хафера, убить либо 5-4, либо 2-5. Ну, антимагию, естественно, проверяет. Есть еще, кстати, секретик на урон.
На урон.
Ну да,
Ну
это
да,
пока
он,
чародейский
видимо,
выстрел.
он сетапит под секрет, я так понимаю. Сейчас под 2 хп всем сделает. Получается, может сейчас дать скорострельность в 2.5 Нагу.
Пока обилка пошла, Леок. Что здесь можно сделать там?
Ну вот,
5
мне кажется, он
маны.
даст... А, нет, можно еще... Можно дать пушкой 2.5
Да, можно дать
скорострельностью.
пушкой в 2.5. Кстати, на самом деле, можно дать пушкой в 2.5 и туда же отдать выстрел драконобоя, потому что маг, как бы, он, скорее всего, первым-то не будет ударяться. Но нет, решает вообще по-другому немножко сыграть здесь. Как бы, ладно, игроку виднее. Скорострельность
Ну,
плюс секрет.
ну,
Но
кстати,
раскрутка
странно.
по-прежнему есть. Еще одна нага есть, кстати, в руках у мага.
Охотник просто себе 3 лишних урона в лицо получил. Непонятно зачем. Ух,
Два леока. Да, не со спячки, конечно, но все равно. Магистр, кстати, пришел в руку магу. Много ли он здесь поменяет вообще в теории?
ну, не знаю, посмотрим. Так, ну он
Ну,
решает, я так понимаю, не биться, чтобы не делать
ну,
квест.
а зачем ему это нужно?
Ну да, тоже
Он
верно.
понимает, что там за секрет.
Хафер.
Ну, Хафер на 6 пришел. По-моему, здесь нету 13, да, единиц урона. В любом случае, дается подранок у нас сейчас. Это, кстати, будет 3-1 Гиенка.
Мгм.
И выполняется
Да,
квест.
и еще...
Можно будет сейчас попробовать еще одного Хафера найти, кстати, через Тавиша. Ну, он поставился, отдается выстрел драконобоя, и еще один Хафер сейчас улетает.
И посмотрим. Будет база.
Не-не-не, это
Ай,
Леок.
какая жалость.
А почему Гиену, кстати, не отдал? Вообще никуда не отдал.
Не знаю, а зачем? С другой стороны.
Ну, чтобы не потерять какое-то там крупное существо, по крайней мере.
Ну там на следующий ход уже по-любому летал, скорее всего, через Хафера. Хафер драконобоев, скорее всего, сейчас мы это и увидим.
Магистр пошел. Воспоминания, интеллект чародея из тайной магии. И все. Да, маловато. Но это ГГ для мага. К
Как если сейчас...
сожалению, для него.
Ага, он даже,
Ну
кстати, не
что?
так.
Здесь урона огромное количество. Что
Ну
ты
да.
будешь делать? Вот так вот заканчивается у нас первое Best of 3 противостояние. Поздравляем Олафа, соответственно, с победой. Ну и я думаю, мы ждем пока следующий матч, правильно?
Ну, получается так.
Да, посмотрим такие нарезочку лучших моментов. И пойдем уже в следующую игру.
Да, вот видим, давление пало, которое ему не помогло.
Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном приложении ВК Клипы. Место встречи талантов. Встречайте приложение ВК Клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные маски и эффекты. И стильные фильтры для обработки. Еще быстрее, проще, вертикальнее. Теперь в отдельном...
Посмотри внимательно на сборку друида. Очень странно.
Мгм.
Как он собирается реализовывать Казакусона? Он, видимо, вообще на нерфы внимания не обратил.
А, слушай, действительно, это
Да,
вообще какая-то
это-
это просто древнейшая такая колода.
Короче, у него
И
Казакусон...
дыхание в бане. Ему забанили друида, судя по всему, либо квест-конта.
Чего?
Я не
Нет.
знаю.
А зачем этого друида банить? У него нет винкондишена. Тут Казакусон это просто 8-8 туша будет. Ладно.
Ну, может, квест-хантера забанил енот, я не знаю. Ну, давай посмотрим. Пока что у Дакори мы руку, к сожалению, не можем наблюдать. Но в любом случае, я так понимаю, там уже есть чем начать давить своего оппонента. В ответ есть выстрел драконобоя у енота. Его нужно будет
Нет,
как-то
пришел еще
реализовывать.
бой. Пришел вариант из 2 единичек. Сразу первый этап сделать. Неплохо. То есть
Ну да.
квест
да.
охотник стартанул неплохо. Может еще что-то придумает. Если еще Драктар придет в ближайшие ходы, возможно даже справится.
Сетка, кстати, есть, но ее, по-моему, не, потому что да, здесь реализовывать на Наг же уже нету, по-моему, в такой сборке.
Да.
Сейчас
Кстати,
я еще раз проверю. Этот
там
есть,
есть
Раджан.
1.5.
Раджан есть.
Да, Раджан. Ну, тут чаще всего эта единичка просто летит в темп, как один выстрел, а не два.
Ну да.
Ага,
Но
даже...
вот против, кстати, как раз таки ДХ, я так понимаю, что ее хотелось бы реализовывать здесь все-таки на два таргета.
Ну, тут он отдает монетку в... Как называется? Прицельный выстрел. Вот тут летит Драктар, Леди Стена. Ну, кстати, вот с 2-3 хотя бы чуть-чуть не повезло.
Ну, Драктар на 4 это сильно для ДХ. Что здесь сделать в ответ? Есть выстрел драконобоя, можно его попробовать через забилку, попробовать реализовывать, но он дает просто заклинание, пытается найти здесь для себя больше, так сказать, урона.
Ну тут еще обилочка за 0.
Все, показали нам руку оппонента. Да, обилка за 0 уже появилась. Можно будет побольше почистить стол, убивать здесь еще и Дарктара таким образом. Но вот карт в руке не остается для енота. Приходит снайпер. Видишь, кстати, на четвертую.
На пятый ход уже пойдет. Неплохо.
Ну да. Супер хорошо для него. Но
Ну,
и
рука
карт нет в
пустовата.
руке.
Да.
Да. Зверолова, кстати, тоже не получится полноценно реализовать, потому что не разыгрался он здесь до того, как выполнится квестлайн. Я думаю, вот здесь даже надевать, скорее всего, придется только уже в случае, когда вообще уже нечего будет делать.
Ну, сейчас посмотрим,
Потому
что с топ-дека придет.
Ну да. Что здесь хочется увидеть? Ну, явно не коррозионную гадюку, хотя можно глефус
тут всегда тавишь.
сломать.
Ну, тут всегда тавишь. Мне кажется.
Ну, здесь-то понятно, что всегда тавишь. Это факт. Его, кстати, есть чем убить здесь для Дакори? Или он просто останется на таунте? Многократный удар есть.
3 урона и обилка. Он даже... нет, все, жмет обилку. Почетная победа еще на 7 в лицо. Это очень больно. Да.
Да, согласен, что на 7 в лицо это тоже больно.
До 5-го хода держался.
И Лабрю дострелял.
Вот, это получается сейчас за один ход. Минус 17 хп. Минус 18 хп.
Так, смотри, обилка, выслеживание. Обилку, кстати, дает в стол. Зачем?
Ну чтобы сыграть секрет, огненный на 3 урона.
Но он приходит, да, кстати, есть такой.
А первый секрет я не успел
тебе
посмотреть.
не кажется, что с лица? Морозная ловушка улучшенная.
Угу. Да. Так, ну с лица тут не хватит урона. Ну, на этот ход.
С лица 11 не будет, это факт. Вернул себе, кстати, хорошую карту в руку. Можно будет ее, по крайней мере, здесь обменять. Просто за единичку, типа, как добор сделать. Реализовать. реализовать. Приходит
Приходит еще
призрачное
добор.
зрение. Да. Даже двойной. Пошла глефа.
Ну тут так
И
размеренно
ветеран
решил
авангарда.
заполнить стол. Так, давай посмотрим. На следующий урон, на следующий ход у нас получается будет сколько урона. Если даже стол зачистится, чисто с лица, надо 9 урона. Будет 3, 6, 7. Только 7 пока что.
Ну
Это
да,
так.
ну топ-дек может быть какой-то, смотри. Первый хафер пришел, сдается сейчас выстрел драконобоя в двойку. А, гадюкой даже ломает глефу, слушай, ну это
Мгм.
хорошее решение на самом деле. Скорее
Ну
всего,
да.
надо реализовывать, потому что урона может иначе хватить.
А тут давай посчитаем, если даже хаферы все будут приходить. А тут мана никак не хватит, да.
Да, здесь маны не хватает, потому что обилка за 2. Квестлайн был до того, как наделся герой.
Мгм.
Но
Даже
здесь вообще
трейдер.
чистит. Да, он хафер отдает в 1-1. Просто
Так, ну,
чтобы выжить.
ой-ой-ой, доборчик. Ну тут, скорее всего, сейчас найдется летал. Просто пока 7 урона,
Ну, кстати, да,
как я
возможно.
помню. Да, пока есть
6,
7
6.
урона.
Грефу сломали 6.
Так, дракончик остался.
Там пушка
Я-
прилетела за 5.
Мгм. Не, ну на этот ход
Ну,
вроде как
пока
летал не
не
так.
пытается найти.
Точно, вот так.
Хищничество. Подожди.
Все.
Хищничество. Еще одно хищничество. Ну да. Ой, ну это неприятно было сейчас найти просто-напросто вот этого агрессора, который добрал к тебе летал. По факту ты находишь просто на одну нагу, которая вообще ничего не делает, но по итогу за счет 2 хищничеств бесплатно здесь получилось дотыкать
Так, ну
все-таки до какой-то
я не
своего
понимаю,
оппонента.
почему они оставляют ДХ против себя? Это, ну, как по мне, очень странное решение. Это первый
Ну,
прецедент на бан.
возможно, расчет на то, что там человек очень сильно играет на каком-то другом классе, но на самом деле ДХ как бы даже не требует того, чтобы на нем уметь играть вообще.
Ну, я сейчас буду очень сильно смеяться, если в итоге забанили друида. Это будет очень-очень смешно, потому что друид абсолютно поломанный. А хотя, стоп, сколько тут драконов? 2 амальгамы плюс Аниксия. Все.
Ну да, да, да,
Ну,
да,
в
именно так.
теории можно накопать четвертого дракона, но как-то не ахти.
Ну, слушай, на самом деле пока что не знаю. Мне кажется, что все-таки действительно здесь друида банили.
Да, а друида забанили все-таки. Очень странно. Потому что сборка устаревшая друида. Ну или я просто ее не до конца понимаю.
Ну, может, здесь енотик как-то подумал, что друид какой-то новый, такой свеженький, который очень сильный, а по итогу оказывается, что это совсем не так.
Мгм. Ну тут вот кабанчик Прист, наш любимый. Ну, по-моему, это самая интересная колода, которая сейчас есть из метовых.
Да, согласен.
Я помню
Похилить
до...
своего оппонента — это, кстати, святое.
Да. Второй ход обилка в лицо оппоненту. База. До нерфов очень прикольно был прист на ракушках. Я на нем очень любил играть. Но потом понерфили троечку. И после
Подмену,
этого,
которая...
да, и
Мгм.
после этого появился именно этот кабан прист. Но сначала был
Слушай,
с
еще был
ракушечками.
приз не... Да, но он даже не на ракушках, он вначале на мурлоках реализовывался, который
А, да, ну
призывает
на мурлоках это
копию.
вообще кек. Это полный кек.
Это вообще очень сильная штука. Просто на 5-ю ману у тебя на столе там, ну считайте, там по 30 статов карты. Ну не по 30, там получается по 15-15 карта, но она призывает еще свою копию, получается. Там в районе 30 урона просто за один
Не,
ход находишь для себя.
там 24-24 получается статы. Два мурлока 12/12. Потому что там
Ну
Дезинга
я уже просто
поставил.
не помню, сколько конкретно. Я примерно 15 помню, что было очень неприятно чистить это. И вот так вот. Ну там действительно за 2 хода просто заканчивалась игра после этого.
Да, ну это
Потому
чисто
что
на
здесь
хайролл.
зачистить нечем было.
Там повезет, не повезет, если тебе этот мурлок придет в руку или Дезвинг, то все, можно сдаваться. Потому что там другого способа победы никакого не было.
Так, что у нас здесь прилетает? Пока что у приста ничего особо нет. Удар на ару есть. Можно попробовать просто найти для себя
Ну
картинку.
пока перебор.
Подмену нашел.
Кстати,
Ну
две
да,
наги в
перебирает
руке.
колоду.
Очень неплохо.
Священница Анши. Можно будет, кстати, амулет взять его просто-напросто обратно
Нет, он
вернуть.
решает делать так. А он сейчас, кстати, сейчас, возможно, еще нагу за 0 поставит.
Слушай, прикольная световая бомба есть в колоде.
М,
Еще и
вообще,
четверка, ракушка. Подожди.
Да, интересненькое что-то, слушай. А, возможно, тут эта ракушка может идти как зачистка. То есть плюс единичка это очень сильно. За 5 маны, 7 урона по столу, плюс туша 7-7 на столе.
Здесь еще, кстати, прикол в том, что есть карта
А,
Зирелла,
слушай,
которая...
так это не,
это,
это не кабанчик приз. Это тот самый приз, о котором я говорил, на ракушках. Это
Да,
мил
это
приз.
признак на ракушках.
А я
Я не
чего
знаю,
ты
почему
взял,
ты
что
вообще
это
взял
кабан?
Я вообще не знаю, откуда ты взял кабана, но в колоде кабана нету как такового.
А я просто... Я уже вижу эту сборку, и там как-то автоматом в голове у меня кабан. Уже
А, ну
привычка.
понятно. Но это бывает,
Все.
бывает.
Да, да, да. Слушай, а это даже еще интересней. Потому что такую колоду я прям вообще давно не видел. Вот
А
после
на чем
нефа
она
они
сейчас
совсем
вообще
пропали.
основывается, я особо не понимаю. Просто смотри, у
Ну
тебя есть
смотри,
ракушка,
да.
у тебя есть, конечно, этот, как его, немота, сайленс на нее.
Смотри, это мил прист, то есть, ну, против агрессивных колод он давит этими четверками 7-7. Этого достаточно чаще всего. Вот. Но против контроль дек там идет Зирелла, которая восьмерка. И у тебя перед
Да-да-да.
этим должно умереть очень много ракушек, и ты просто милом убиваешь своего оппонента. То есть он там добирает карт 12, 16, сколько у тебя ракушек померло. Достаточно интересная механика. То есть, грубо говоря, это мил приз. Но мил
Ну да,
механика тут вот только против лютого контроля используется.
понятно. Еще один замкнутый моллюск приходит. Кстати, что там по секретам у Дакори я, к сожалению, пропустил. Но, скорее всего, огненная одна точно. А вот второй
Морозка.
секрет я... ну, то же самое, что и в прошлом матчапе. Окей, понял. Ну вот, ритуал от шары пошел, еще одна ракушка призывается. Любовь к тени, можно будет взять еще одну подмену, найти для себя каких-то существ. По крайней мере, просто деку перебрать.
Тут он решает хил отдавать.
Ну, нужно хил отдавать, пока у оппонента как бы фул хп, а у тебя не хватает, можно, в принципе, это сделать.
Нагу.
Разыгрывается нолик просто для того, чтобы служанку разыграть. Озарись, амулет бессмертия. Кстати, а вот амулет бессмертия работает на ракушек после сайленса?
Да, 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 работает. В этом и прикол. Неважно, были они с сайленсом или нет, все вот эти
Ну то есть
штуки будут
неважно
работать.
на реализацию, да, предсмертного хрипа? Окей, я понял. Вот этого, кстати, я момента не знал. Интересная механика.
Ну вот, я немножко на таком поиграл, поэтому что-то помню из этих тонкостей. То есть и Зирелла тоже будет срабатывать все предсмертные хрипы, которых как бы и не было. То есть если ракушки были в сайленсе, все равно Зирелла будет повторять эти хрипы.
Ну все, ты видишь, есть в руке уже у Дакори.
Ну, сейчас
30
докидает.
хелспоинтов и 2 ракушки на столе. Ну, кстати, хорошо зачистил мелких существ, не стал трогать ракушек, понимает, что у него морозная ловушка есть.
Сейчас уже решает биться. А, чего? А, нет, вот морозка.
Ну, они просто в другой последовательности были разыграны. Вначале была огненная, потом морозная. Здесь же от последовательности розыгрыша секретов работает.
Ну, кстати, смотри, если сейчас охотник не чистит стол, то на следующий ход ровно летал. Вот. Ну, ему достаточно будет снять одну ракушку, чтобы не умирать.
А ему и убивать нечем за 2 хода даже. Чем он убьет приста за 2 хода?
Ну, кстати, да. Но если хайферы будут роляться, конечно,
Ну,
каждый раз.
только такой вариант. Здесь больше нечего делать на самом деле. Вызов питомца хафер.
Оп,
Снайпер
первый
Тавиш.
хайфер пошел.
Не, ну здесь вот этот хафер, он на самом деле просто позволяет Хантеру не умереть прямо сейчас.
Да.
Бранд прилетел.
Ну, тут можете ставить восьмерку Плюс Сайленс убивать Тавиша и всем в лицо спокойно идти, не напрягаться.
А,
Я думаю, так
Подожди,
он и будет делать.
Азирелла в лицо наносит урон?
Нет, нет, это, ну ты чё, это было бы слишком. Присту как нефиг с 30 урона восполнить заход. Это было бы слишком.
Ну да. Тут по факту согласен. Ну, мало ли, я не знаю. У нас ДХ на 5-й ход убивает всегда. Мы играем в хорошую карточную игру.
Ну тут да. Разработчики могут что угодно придумать. А почему он, кстати, не стал делать вот 8 плюс единичку? Вот этого я не очень понимаю, потому что никаких забафов вроде не должно быть в колоде. На этот ход он
Может,
никак не
даже
сможет
хил,
убить.
может он хил хочет для себя просто найти.
Ну, кстати, да, на всякий случай. Почему бы и нет.
Убивает, естественно, Тавиша.
Угу. Но дал Рнару
Максимально
решил не
захиливаться
отдавать.
должен. Добор еще взял себе.
Угу.
Еще один ритуал пришло, молитва.
Так, ну посмотрим. Так,
Мишка не хавер, как говорится. Еще обилка. Здесь анивей не хватает, кстати. Здесь по мане не хватает.
Да. Вот так вот.
Ну, а победа для Енотика 1-1.
Прист может.
Ну, здесь заход для Хантера был отвратительный, если
Ну,
честно.
тоже верно.
Я, кстати, не знаю, зачем он надел в тот раз этого героя.
Ставишься?
Потому что, да, вот я вот этого особо не понимаю. Мне, в принципе, не нравится в сборках квест охотника Тавиш, потому что он, конечно, делает свое дело в плане там 2 секретов, позволяет чуть подольше пожить за счет морозной ловушки плюс масс урона. Но по факту умирает, можно сказать, в инкондишн, если ты не оформляешь только вторую стадию квеста уже после того, как ты его наделал. Потому что за 2 маны разыгрывать и заклинания, ну, в среднем, да, там они по 2 маны стоят, и обилку при этом за 2 жмакать, тебе, в принципе, не хватает для того, чтобы много чего сделать за один ход.
Ну, Тавиша можно таскать просто как опцию против контроль колод. Вот в данном случае я тоже не очень понял, зачем он был разыгран. Там
Ну да, понятно, что
намного
против...
профитнее было бы накидывать по 2 урона.
Ну да, вот против долгих партий это понятно, что он как бы вносит свою лепту в игру. Но именно в такой ситуации, когда ты просто хочешь задавить переста как можно быстрее, потому что ты понимаешь, что зачистить стол из, там, не знаю, 7 ракушек по 7-7 ты, ну, никогда не сможешь.
Да,
Ну, ты просто этого не сможешь сделать. Там надо было просто все в лицо кидать. Тебе надо было отыгрывать на квест-хантере, как на обычном фейс-ханте. Ну вот он, тот самый Миррор.
Миррор. Долгожданный. Ну, кстати, тут уже я ставлю то, что победит Енотик.
Я понимаю, почему ты это делаешь. Я думаю, все наши зрители тоже в курсе, что есть такая хорошая золотая легендарка здесь в руке у енота.
Ну, кстати, как думаешь, стоит вообще не трогать Дректара? Как-то его нерфить или нет?
А я не знаю даже, как его нерфить на самом деле,
Вот,
потому
да,
что
это
механика с Вандаром работает, как бы. И
парная.
либо убираете просто 2 карты, да, либо как-то вообще не трогаете его.
Ну, можно чуть-чуть... хотя нет, но если бординг изменить, все равно будет не то. Вот эта вот парность, прикол легендарок пропадет. Плюс еще проблемы же у Близов будет. Они же продавали за 2000 рублей алмазного Дректара. Как это игрокам
Да.
возмещать? Поэтому мне
Никак.
кажется, они вообще его трогать не будут.
Верните по 2000 рублей на Battle.net. Естественно, этого никто делать здесь уже не будет.
У тебя есть хоть один знакомый, который покупал алмазного Дректара?
Честно, нет. У
Я
меня знакомых, кто играет в Hearthstone, по пальцам пересчитать.
Угу. Ну просто очень странно за одну картинку 2000 рублей выкладывать. Это почти как половина большого предзаказа получается.
Ну, получается, что так. Кстати, там, по-моему, золотой Вандар же получается... подожди, алмазный Вандар, по-моему, давался за покупку ленты, наград, правильно?
Нет, алмазного Вандара вроде бы всем дали, потому что победила фракция Альянса.
Да, согласен. Здесь с тобой согласен. Я просто забыл, откуда он вообще есть в игре.
Да-да-да, там же Орда и Альянс, противостояние, все дела. Ты, кстати, за кого был?
Слушай, по-моему, за Альянс.
М. Я вроде
Ну,
Орду пикнул.
я просто подумал, что мне нравится картинка, которая в этот, ну, стандарт как раз таки получается.
М. Ну, в итоге Вандар как-то на второй план отошел, как мы
Ну
видим.
да, но его вообще никто не использует.
Ну вот только одна рога, которую я встречал не так давно, очень странная. И все, больше нигде пока этот Вандар не встречается. Там какие-то биг-колоды пытались заиграть. Но в
Ну,
последнее
не
время...
получилось. Ну, мета очень быстро. Слушай, никакие биг-колоды сейчас вообще, в принципе, не отыгрываются. Мета супер быстрая у нас. ДХ есть квест-охотник как раз таки тот же самый. Это все супер быстро все накидывает тебе, и ты просто не успеваешь там дожить даже там до 9 маны, образно говоря, в среднем.
Ну, кстати, смотри. Дакори смог отбиться от Директара без особых потерь.
Да, но дальше делать нечего. У него, кстати, вторая стадия пока не выполнена. Можно сейчас будет надеть Тавиша.
Давишь? Да-да-да. Мне кажется, так он и будет делать.
Ну, ему
Да?
здесь больше разыгрывать особо тоже нечего. В том числе.
До второго этапа Тавиша ставить это всегда максимально выгодно. Так,
Ну и заклинание, кстати, одно заблочил для енота. Ну, как
ну, скорее
заблочил?
всего.
Просто
Ага.
переразыграть его придется.
Угу. Слушай, тут будет миррор, куча зверей. Вот такого я не ожидал, если честно.
Ну, посмотрим, кто больше хаферов нароляет.
Так,
Пока
думает.
у енота все поприятнее выглядит как по хелспоинтам, так и по руке.
Да, есть
Хотя
такое.
вот есть неистовый вой, кстати, у Дакори, он может добрать себе картинок.
Так, пойдем. А почему он еще,
Отдать
кстати,
тройку,
решил?
двойку.
Он решил не набивать квест, да, своему сопернику?
Морозная ловушка прилетела еще одна. Пронзающий выстрел пошел. Ну и
Ну, это
обилка за
прям, ну,
0.
интересное противостояние.
Полностью с тобой согласен. При этом еще у Дакори много чего не реализовано. Тот же Драктар может вылезти там в какой-то момент.
Зачем он этот секрет пикнул? Вот этого я не очень понял.
Ну, две гиены.
Зачем? Почему?
Ну, может, он ждал, что ему убьют какого-нибудь хафера, скажем, а не гиену. На будущее, так сказать.
Ну, не знаю,
Тоже
я бы тут не
проверяет
стал...
ледяную ловушку.
Я бы не стал надеяться на то, что гиену трогать не будут.
А почему бы и нет? Еще одна обилка за 0 уже от енотика. Так, что у нас
Так.
здесь интересного у него есть, кстати, в руке? У него добора, кстати, как такового нет. Есть только выслеживание. Вот с него можно будет попытаться, конечно, что-то найти. Я бы даже, наверное, в случае, если бы мне предложили неистовый вой, брал бы его. Потому что карты просто закончатся сейчас.
Ну да, тут следующий ход, рука пустая. Практически. Так,
Ну,
ну-ка посмотрим,
четверка
что
еще
там.
есть. Вот здесь, кстати,
Кстати,
скорее всего, надо...
сало таскает. Интересная тоже опция. Квест-охотники
Ну,
не видал.
слушай, она очень полезна, оказывается, против мехов. Я тебе так скажу.
Ну,
Вот
это
как раз
да.
таки против мех-пала, какого-нибудь мех-мага, это хорошая опция.
Так, тут Мишка.
Мишка. Отдается тройка. Вот, кстати, тройка после Тавиша — это прикольная механика.
Да, почему Хафер на 2 урона больше не наносит? Как так?
Не-не-не, было бы прикольно, знаешь, ты призываешь питомца и еще 2 урона наносишь с помощью обилки. Таргета,
Ну, это
допустим.
очень странно бы выглядело. Прикольно, но странно. Неоднозначно.
Ну
Так,
почему? Есть же какая-нибудь обилка вроде у той же самой Ракары, которая наносит 2 единицы урона, там еще и 4 армора дает.
ну там условия почетной победы, да, немножко другое.
Ну а здесь у тебя условия розыгрыш тройки.
Ну, тоже верно. Так, тут Тавиш идет пораньше у енотика. На следующий ход хаферы полетят в лицо. Кстати, там
Ну
огненная,
здесь...
да, висит, насколько я помню?
Подожди. Вот. Да. Ставишь выслеживание. Еще одна обилка. И, кстати, подранка взял себе
Опа, хафер.
Хафер. Хафер, скорее всего, в Тавиша, я думаю, даже, чтобы пожить.
Да, и можно дать подранок в лицо, и гиену тоже ставишь отдать.
Да, именно так.
Ровненько
Еще
7
и
урона.
еще нажать сейчас одну обилку, отдать неистовый вой на 2 добора и еще одну обилку. Хорошо
Ой-ой-ой-ой,
здесь
ну это
стол
прям
заспамил.
очень грязно.
Ну вот, такая реализация обилки, как бы у Тавиша, мне больше нравится, а не когда она 2 стоит. Вот тогда это боль.
А вот здесь прям красота. Весь зверинец на
Есть,
прогулке.
кстати, в этот пирсинг-шот, куда его дать, я думаю, даже в Лиока, возможно. Ну, либо в Тавиша, естественно, хотелось бы.
Ну тут, скорее всего, все. Просто енотик на следующий ход умирает. Хотя,
Но он сейчас
слушай,
может тоже найти себе зверей. Слушай, он может себе сейчас тоже найти зверей.
ну,
Зачем биться хафером в лицо, вот сейчас непонятно.
ну,
Но вот это
сбивать.
ошибка. Все.
А
Вот это
почему?
ошибка.
А сбивать огненную-то надо было в любом случае. Так как вы все
Нет, ну
остальные
понятно,
хаферы
что надо,
умерли.
но ты сейчас можешь умереть прямо сейчас. Что тебе делать? Смотри, у тебя есть один прицельный выстрел, ты его даже отдаешь в тавиш, у тебя в любом случае 2 леока выживает.
А он,
2
а он
леока это
сейчас,
уже 6 урона.
если он сейчас не убивает соперника, то он на следующий ход умирает. Ой! Хафер, 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 хафер.
Хафер.
Ой!
ГГ. Ой, ну... Ну ладно. Переиграл енот.
Классика.
Ну,
Ой, как я
у него,
обожаю охотников.
у него была опция рольнуть, получается. Подожди, 33% у нас на хафера, да, и у него была еще одна попытка его бы рольнуть. Это
Да, то есть,
получается в среднем, я не знаю
ну,
сколько.
в
Один из
среднем должен
33.
быть хафер. В любом случае. В таких ситуациях хафер падает всегда. Там
Ну да.
100%.
Ну там 66% было на то, чтобы он его рольнул.
Так, ну эта партия
С
была
2
просто
скиллов.
великолепна.
Да, согласен. Посмотрим повторы и уйдем на небольшую паузу. Будем ждать уже четвертьфинала. И, соответственно, мы приближаемся к окончанию нашего Юса Рикфа.
Colleagues, let's start. Thank you for being here with us during this event, and we hope that the event will be of interest to you. So, hope our section is called Choose a Career from a Young Age, New Demands of the Old Labor Market. So, what we talked about there, so as we talked with colleagues, the labor market is never really old. It is ever changing. We know that the IT labor market is always coming up with new challenges. The pandemic showed that there are changes of how people approach the situation at hand, working remotely or not remotely, and now with sanctions being an important thing, we see that not only IT labor market but labor market at large is being influenced a lot. So we're going to talk about the challenges and the way they will be tackled by the state, science, and entrepreneurs in these changing conditions. I would like to introduce our today's speakers, Kirki Beketov, Chief of the Center for Competences for Input Institution, Inna Yanikina, Rector of the ANO University National Technological Initiative 2035, Skill Box representative, and Yelena Rodionova, Development Director from the UNIVAB. I'm terribly sorry. Anna Abramova, also from the AI Center at MGIMO, is also here with us today. So we're going to ask our speakers one by one, and then we'll have a free discussion after the speaker has made his speech. There will be questions from the audience that we will take. Now, Georgi, representing the Center for Competence for Input Institution. So there are significant challenges of, for our industry, for our country. And so in terms of input substitution of the hardware, that is what my question has to do with. So how we get ready to tackle this issue, what kind of new tasks we have to deal with to be able to evolve along with the market. Thank you, Marina. Thank you for being here with us. So what I can say about the subject is that it is a huge pressure on this industry right now, and big companies are leaving. At the same time, that opens a window of opportunity for you. Companies leaving doesn't mean that there are no tasks that they dealt with. They become even more acute, and if earlier for a beginner in this field it was hard to hope for a serious project, nowadays, given that there is a certain lack of personnel, there is an opportunity of a person with a small experience and just after the university, as people usually do, this minimal experience and a degree, they would give you an opportunity to join a serious project that becomes a really feasible and realistic opportunity. Earlier, under the previous conditions, it would be hard to imagine opportunities like the ones we see right now. Another important thing I wanted to stress is that among the developers and other IT professionals, there is this idea that software lives only as long as it is being used. I remember Windows
operational system, the early versions of it being adopted, and then vendors fixed the bugs that were there at the early stages. So I call upon you to not be afraid of the new solutions in software that we have, which are also buggy, but these will evolve as well, and it would be quite convenient for us to use it. I think these solutions will improve over time quite quickly, really, in terms of our Russian software growing. I think that is also a good thing. The state is also doing a lot to support the industry. You all know about a mortgage and other things that the state provides for the IT specialists, and also the IT companies are being supported by the government as well, and by the state corporations. We help them to put into use and to make happen the software input substitution program. A significant amount of resources is being dedicated to this particular industry, our industry, that is, in terms of engineers software, for instance. There is a huge track opened to support the open source development, localization of GitHub, etc. All of that keeps on happening, and I can assure you that the ministry and the state in general are working really hard and successfully so that the industry would evolve and become better, so that it would become one of the drivers of our economy. That's how I'd like to close. So uh, we will speak in turns. So I have a question before we proceed with the next speaker. So speaking retrospectively, how did people, if we look at a pie chart, if we conceptualize it as a pie chart, what was the interest of the newcomers into Sphere? Where people went to game development, to engineer software? So, I mean, there is no statistics right now, but what is your understanding of the situation here? It is indeed hard to estimate what is happening in the industry, but I believe that right now most of the specialists would focus on input substitutions tasks at hand. If earlier there was, you know, a larger pool of opportunities which wouldn't be so necessary for our economy, nowadays, there is a straight focus on substituting the software that is no longer available. So this is something that is being presented to the graduates of universities right now, to young specialists, and I think it's a good thing. May I add something? Yes, sure. I wanted to say that in terms of the way this pie chart you talk about changed, I mean, I can be sure people who work, they keep on working the way they used to, I guess. But the thing is that IT is needed all around the economy. So that's, for instance, agriculture, combines and using the GPS systems that they also need maintenance. I just recently visited a forum where an HR specialist made a speech, and in one municipal district, she looked at the structure of the way the things were organized there. There was a software engineer even in the public path, So, yeah, really everywhere, both geographically and in terms of industries, IT specialists are needed everywhere in Russia. Leonid, you being a representative of an educational platform, I think I would like to ask you a question. regarding the rapid development of the events, I mean, I am no young specialist at all, but in my family, I have a person who's going to be a young specialist quite soon. We see this prospect of the IT market developing, and so the question is whether he should spend 5 years to become a top-notch IT specialist. I mean, he works hard at it, of course. So, so maybe it would be better for him to go to a platform which has a lot of specific practical courses. There are 860 programs available at your program, for instance, at your platform, that is, and I think maybe that would be better, or not. This or traditional education would be better. Thank you for the question. And, hello to all and every one of you. Thank you for your wonderful question. It is really complex, and speaking briefly, we can't really say that the higher education can be replaced by the digital education platforms. These are different things. So when we look at this issue, what we see is economical development is something that we should keep in mind. So the prospects of IT profession, well, this is something that should be taken into account. So what basically university gives and doesn't give you, and what platform doesn't and does give. So, and then these points where we see that platform doesn't do something and then university doesn't do something, then we collaborate in these points where none of us can provide something on our own, and I will talk about it further down the road. So, university gives the academic foundation. So, for you to understand, imagine the earth, no, the soil, which has to be fertilized. So, university is the soil that has to be fertilized. So, without university, you can have all the necessary skills, but it would be much, much more complicated of a task than working with someone with academic background. We now have more than 800 programs on 10 tracks in our education platform. IT, software engineering is something that we believe to be the most popular programs, but we don't give this academic foundation. We give applied skills that might be used in the labor market. So the question is, can we acquire the skill you need for an IT profession, for instance, if you didn't study in the university, if you have zero academic background? Of course, theoretically, this is a possibility, but the thing is that that would be much less efficient, and this professional would be much less efficient. Let's imagine a social media platform. We want to create this platform, and so we need specialists who know something about math, and it would be really hard to imagine someone who would work efficiently here, having an applied skill, but not having this mathematical academic foundation. So that's where university is really a good thing. So, uh, so there are two factors at play here that give the platform this applied skill advantage. First factor is time. So, the way the labor market develops, it's a thing that happens much faster than the academy and the higher education develops, not only in Russia but all over the world, because companies are in need of rapid development. If a company doesn't develop rapidly, then it would cease to exist. It's a question of survival, really. And so the higher education, the academy, it takes that knowledge of the market after it combines them, compiles them together. So there is a time lag here. And so when a student gets knowledge on the second year of his university, by the year 5, this the information he has, the knowledge he has, they might become old, might grow old and irrelevant. So he would need to catch up once he starts working, or while he goes to a platform. And we give this practical skill, and we can't really replace the higher education. So platform is more about giving a employee, a professional, an opportunity to cover their applied needs, their practical needs. Because people come to us asking for a specific skill, and we know that a person has a physical, mathematical education, but he wants to study a programming language, and he needs it to develop and grow, and he gets this skill during our program that he gets at our platform, and then he starts working. There is no way he has no job. It depends only on his volition to work. The companies need a specialist like this fella who got education from one of our programs. We have also a job career search program, and 80% success we see in people finding a job after they finish our program, because really there is a huge demand of professionals and highly skilled professionals, especially there's 1 million IT professionals lacking in Russia. By 2027, this figure will probably double, this demand will probably double. And so, an opportunity to answer the call is not something that can really replace the work that has been done in the higher education institutions. So, answering your questions really to the point, to say that efficiency and the development is a symbiosis of higher education and some kind of a tool of getting better, like a platform, educational platform. So symbiosis is key. So well, you preempted my other question about a synergy, about career prospects and career centers. So it's really nice that you do that. Thank you for answering this question that I didn't even manage to answer. So, anybody here watched the Moscow film, the Soviet film, Moscow Doesn't Believe in Tears? A lot of people actually have. So the protagonist there said that television would replace theater, and here we had the same sort of question about higher education and educational programs. And so another question is for you, Elena. Having such applied skills, or the skills that you acquire from the higher education institution, we understand that there is a lack of the skills when we get to the labor market. And so probably how do we get what the employer needs? Does anybody help people who just get to the labor market, the freshly made IT professionals, to get access to the employers? I remember quite vividly the first job I got, and the attempts to get that first job. No, they say, you need work experience, and I have none, and so you have to waste a lot of time looking for that, because obviously, it had to do with skills, their lack thereof. The thing is that if we compare the way people look for a job now and the way they used to do it earlier, the approach is quite different now. So skill profile is something that we have, and getting resume ready is very important. Nowadays, youth is much more introversive, much more concentrated on themselves, and it's harder for them to tell the employer what they're all about, what their skills are, and to prove and verify what these skills are. It's really hard for the younger people to write a resume, really. And so that's why we, as those who create an educational platform, we have a unique experience creating a platform that helps specialists find a job and
With the same token, it acquires more popularity. It is called Live CV, and in essence, we actually help to make a skill profile of the applicant when, for instance, there is a database with applicants and employers, and you select the skills that you master, and you indicate the fluency, assigning certain points. This is the five-step scale, novice, expert, professional, etc. And AI system is being used, or smart matching, which would narrow the funnel for the employers. For instance, it was very hard to make a presentation to the employer, and it is very difficult for the employers to process so many CVs. And end of the day, the HR guys would put a pile of such CVs on the table of the CEO without even giving the pain to read them all. And when we select the specialists on the basis of the skill set and skill profile, it would narrow their funnel. In that sense, it would help to reveal the missing skills, the skills which will help you to build an individual trajectory. And you would understand, for instance, that once you master Python programming language, then in X company you can expect Y expectation. That's very important for the younger generation, because even in our company we did a poll about a year ago asking whether we need HR department or anything like that, and the employees said that we do not need HR, but we have to understand what way to go, our individual path for development. That's very important because our testers, our designers are quite young, and they have to understand what skills have to be improved, such as a skill box, skill factory. There are many other partner products, training products, which can offer decent courses that you have to take in order to improve or upgrade certain skills. Moreover, the very format of the work in IT sphere changes. If certain industry prevents you from working from home, for instance, you have to be present offline, such as a doctor or a nurse. IT specialists in 90% cases can work from any country of the world. In my country, our employees work from different locations, but anyway, it helps them to improve the efficiency, and they are not to deteriorate the efficiency. What an applicant has to do in addition to that, in order to take advantage of your service, what else the applicant should do in order to get to your platform. For instance, you see the applicants who come to you. What competences are lacking? Lack of communication, openness, transparency. What is your take on that? Today, the labor market is quite weird, and we look at the statistics of our colleagues from headhunters, so they make a kind of a statistical layout, and now this is the employees market, meaning that these are the employers that have to look for this stuff. And if an expert lacks certain personal communication, some efficiency or some other skills, then you can take my word that the employer, understanding that it would close 70 to 90% gap, would be eager to invest into improving these skills, understanding that this is an enthusiastic person who is ready to work overnight. It means that employees have to be proactive. If we take manufacturing industry, for instance, speak about the real sector of the economy, the innovations and upgrading are being brought to the managerial work, and the production in general is upgraded very fast. And getting education for 5 to 6 years and entering the labor market, the graduate may realize that the skills or the knowledge that they acquired are not so much relevant, are not up to date. And understanding that you want to work according to your vocation, to your profession. For instance, when we do some guidance days, we see that about 90% of the graduates will not work by their profession. And 30% of the people just do not understand what this education is needed for. And if I understand that we have brought together the IT specialists, if you want to work in the IT industry, then in the course of your education, you have to monitor the current trends, where the industry is moving to. And there are IT specialists even in saunas. It means that IT solutions can be applied to any industry, real economy, and to all our life. Thank you so much, Yelena. Leonid, what would you say? Friends, I would like to specify a little bit, complementing to what Yelena has correctly said, but I do believe that sometimes we are somehow zeroing in IT specialists, but when we speak about digital economy, about the creative industries, IT expert means a very broad range of different professions, including management, including analytics. For instance, in April, a month ago, we recorded a surge, an increase 7 times of demand for data analysis. So this is about IT, but this is not about programming. It means that you have to master certain software, and sometimes you work with certain programming languages, but globally, this is about analytics, this is about management, about decision making, proceeding from precise data. Therefore, speaking about IT industry, we do not imply programming languages alone, Java, for instance, or anything like that, but it means a very broad range of specialties. Therefore, I'd like to expand our discussion to embrace not just programming, but everything else around us. Thank you so much. That was a very good lead to our next speaker. Yes, please. You're invited to ask a question. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. My name is Igor. I'm from Rudym, and I'm a linguist and a psychologist and educator as well. Bearing in mind how much focus is being made on IT, my question is, won't we see a glut in the personnel, glut of the personnel, eventually bearing in mind how much money is being spent on that industry? In 2008, 2010, and this is my personal case, both my elder sister and my elder brother were undergraduates at that time, and there was a dichotomy. If you were not a lawyer or an economist at that time, it means that you would not be entitled to or eligible to high-paid, well-paid job. And this is how the market was shaped. And the people were not flexible enough. And besides, at that time, there was not so many technologists to search for technologists. So your question is about the glut of the personnel. Yep, I'm an IT specialist. And how you would address that challenge? And second question is, won't we see a reproduction because there is a problem with the manufacturing? So the glut of personnel, how to address that, and do we have any Russian software similar to the Western one, because I actually heard only about Elbrus in terms of the operational systems. Okay, we got a question, and then every speaker would take your questions because this is very much important. And it took from my lips because in my notes I put that whether we are going to avoid a glut and we'll ask this quick question to all the panelists, but input substitution, that's the question that I addressed to George. You see, well, actually, as the Russian software is concerned, there is a register of Russian-made software, and a software can be deemed a Russian one if it is included into that register. There is a lot of Russian-made software. Speaking about hardware, you spoke about Elbrus or Baikal. We have Micron, Aquarius. There are lots of companies making Russian hardware. The Ministry of Commerce has offered a huge program. About 3 trillion Russian rubles would be allocated for import substitution until 2030. They're not complacent, and the steps which are taken by the Russian government in order to implement the objective of to reach the objective of import substitution, these steps are quite serious, and huge money has been allocated. Therefore, speaking about some applied software, we have the Russian-made office and operational systems and the full-fledged and operational. In my office, just very few specialists actually would be using foreign-made operational systems, and 90% of our personnel, including our boss, Mr. Masukh, are using the Russian software. So the software has to be used somehow. So if it is just made for the sake of being, it's of no use. And for instance, we're all using R7, and there are certain bugs. It would be silly to assert that these bugs do not exist, but the developers are doing the debugging, and I do think that debugging would be done. This is not rocket science. We have approached the question that would bridge Igor's question to this one. We are humanitarians, and I think we graduated at a time when senior or elder brother and elder sister of Igor graduated, so I became a lawyer at that time, and I opted for Yandex, getting the right bearing. So a humanitarian student, for instance, who studies foreign relations, sees that there is a demand for IT, and understands that MIGIMO has a whole competence center for artificial intelligence. How did it occur to you to offer such an MA program? Well, let me in a nutshell tell you how the system evolved. First of all, we set up a chair or a department of digital economy and artificial intelligence. Chair was incorporated into that, and the Excellence Center was set up a bit later, responding to certain things which have been touched upon before. Over the 4 years of that MA program, see how it evolves and how our graduates are evolving. I see that the demand for this vacation is quite huge, but when we launched that program, we tried to react to what Leonid was speaking about, that academic education is complemented with the novelties and innovations, responding to the market requirements. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was a partnership between Skoltech, the Moscow Physics and Technologies Institute, and MGIMO. And we decided to expand, to make a turn to the Russian software. At the moment, this is T1 Consulting, and at the moment we are negotiating with a range of Russian companies in the area of data science so that they could contribute to helping our students with practice. So who comes to us? In all groups, we have those who are strong in terms of the technical skills, the people who graduated from the physics and technologies, where the mathematics institutes, and there are pure humanitarians, and ask them, was it easy for them to embark on that profession? And they said that it was, but they enjoyed the support from the professors and healthy interaction cooperation within the group helped them to enjoy that synergy, so that those who had strong technical skills get support from those who mastered soft skills and vice versa. Within 2 years, and why? This two-tier education is good. I mean, the Bologna process, BA process, and the program. We are quite flexible. We can introduce new courses. For instance, if we see that there is a tendency that this or that direction would develop in future, we can do that. And we incentivize our students, we motivate our students to really work so that they use all their skills in practice. It helps them to immediately master the program, and at the same time we have a mentorship institution, so it means that once you have certain business ideas, you can make them come true immediately. And I can take the question of a glut. No, let's take one piece at a time. Okay, so first it was a chair, then it translated into a center, and you see how the market is structured. There is a huge demand for MA program, and it is a very lengthy program. Artificial intelligence is quite a voluminous area. What else you may add to that? What other demands are there? What the graduates demand, what the market demands? For instance, data processing or what? Well, it goes on simultaneously. You have to understand how AI technologies work, and data analysis. They go on like a hand in the glove. There was a big block related to data analysis and AI technologies within our syllabus. What we see in the market, we have already reacted to that. This is about understanding the digital transformation. There is a demand for those who are capable of consulting and helping to get somehow incorporated into the digital future. In terms of complexity of the processes, understanding how these projects have to look strategically and tactically, I think that we will run into the same problems which are typical of small and medium-sized and big companies in the world. Well, Solna is the headliner of our session, so I understand that there won't be any section which is untouched by digital transformation. Nina is our next speaker. Let's discuss how the higher school, higher education, watching the or observing the market transformations, what you may do. IT industry changes all the time and have to adapt for that. So what about the High School of Economics? Friends, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I cannot speak for the whole higher education school, and let me take that question proceeding from what the colleagues before me said. Really, the technologies change very fast. And today, we feel the pressure, meaning that we understand that, for instance, there are first grade students, and 4 years later, you would get a BA certificate, which is now needed for anything. Or I then take the MA program and spend about 6 years on what is not needed either. A lot would depend on you. It would be a very simplified approach, so to say, a simplified model of choice making. You can shut down the presentation. That's a very simplified attempt to make a choice depending on what you want to get from your life. We can divide that into 3 parts. End of the day, I want to create new knowledge. I want to generate new knowledge, generate some breakthroughs, some disruptive ideas. But in that case, you will have to get higher education, get fundamental training, which doesn't mean that later on it won't be lifelong education. But obviously, you would need that basis, that foundation, in order to take postgraduate courses and create some prototypes, eventually to become a Nobel Prize winner. Not case University would offer this foundation. The second block is when you want to create new products, new service which would be required by the market, which would meet the client's requirements just because you have invented that from scratch and created that. Then you have to embark on entrepreneurship. And universities may offer such programs as well. And this is how the universities are flexible. Many universities have innovative structures, accelerators, incubators, transfer of technologies, startup studios. Starting from this year, this is the question how the government reacts. There is a big federal program called University Technological Entrepreneurship Program, and different support measures being offered, including the delay from the army draft, etc., etc. And this is true if you want to create new products or offer new services, or if you want to create something new, something systemic, but probably more conventional, without doing something disruptive, but doing something good, but not being in rocket science. Then there are some complementary vocational education programs or vocational schools that you are invited to enter, and you will be able to work in the applied science. For instance, doing some web design, and you can do that for some time. Therefore, I think I can recommend to you, not as would-be professionals, IT specialists, but my recommendation goes to everyone, as to the professionals. And sometimes I give this piece of advice to every university. Every person who we train has to grasp that key message that actually once you master certain skills, you have to benefit from that. You have to increase your income based on that, in the short run or in the long run. If we, I mean the academia, as online platforms, the state which subsidizes partially these educational programs, and I will share one more statement about that, not to forget, if we as the employers are being guided by that motto, then the gap between the labor market and the education market, and what skills are being offered and what are required, this gap would narrow. And these three ways which I have laid out, creating new knowledge, creating new product, and creating conventional products, actually they are complementing to each other. Even within your training process, you can try all the three ways. Going to a lab, trying to make some research and to write a scientific article, or apply for a startup lab and try to launch your own startup, or taking some conventional apprenticeship or internship within an employer and see whether it works or not. And besides, there are other opportunities which are being offered by the state along with the academia and university, and get some applied skills. Getting back to the IT topic, there's a very good program which is being implemented in Russia for the third year in a row, which is called Digital Professions. For instance, if you visit Gosuslugi web portal, you can click a link and there would be a set of educational programs, including the one which is being offered by Skillbox and different providers and different online platforms. And you are free to choose a profession at your disposition. These would be all digital professions, and the state offers to BA students would compensate 50% of the cost of that program to all the students starting from BA program. So again, being a student in an academia or in a vocational school, you can master a new profession or a new skill. I think that this is the most important takeaway. I didn't tell you anything about what is going on, about the sanctions pressure, and we agreed with the moderator to highlight that, but I do think that the colleagues before me told you enough. In the upcoming years, I think that we all together would feel kind of a turbulence because the content of the educational programs would change following the changes in the economy, in the market situation, and the products which would be Russian made, the sovereign ones. And this is something you have to bear in mind or not, and that's what profession to opt for and what tools to master. Getting back to what Igor said, whether it makes sense to study some foreign web design tools if end of the day cannot be applied in Russia and you plan to live and reside here in Russia and build the economy. But this is up to you to decide.
And now we won't pass the mic. I have a question to our audience. So maybe someone wants to share their own perspective to a wonderful panel of experts we have today. Do you feel any need in terms of extra education platforms? Maybe something else is that you need. So what would you like to have? Which would you like to see introduced on behalf of the higher education? So if you got extra education, you probably should have earned some money for that already. And so the criteria for this extra education would be that you make up for the money you spend on it. So maybe there are maybe some notes here. Maybe somebody would like to share their perspective regarding this topic, or maybe you know everything you need. You don't think that there is a lack of opportunities, like there is enough opportunities. Igor, you are my co-moderator by now, so yeah, you have the floor. Hopefully, I haven't annoyed too many people. So the thing that I think is quite important, I'm both a student and an employee of the federal university. So my question is as follows: should we see people change in our key positions in the universities? Because some people spend 23 years in office, some 46, and so what you understand is you end up, you graduate BA and you graduate MA, maybe you go for a PhD program. No, those who come from the medical profession, they finish up their training, and then from 4 to 12 years, they wait for a job, for instance, in federal institutions, that there will be no change in this governing echelon. So, do you think that there should be a change in leadership? Yes, Leonid? Simple question, a simple answer. That's not necessarily a criteria. The question should be put differently. The trend is that all the decisions are being made according to the business relevance. And so if an employee works well and they are effective, they work properly, then there is no need to change this employee. Another thing is that we have to start again from what we've already discussed. The economy changes constantly. The skills that you have to improve them all the time. An employee that is competent now probably has to evolve to remain relevant, to remain skilled enough in a year. of course, other people who come and have these fresh skills, they would be his competitors, and so he needs to keep on running and to keep on working on this, on his own skills. So you have to improve yourself to remain relevant on the labor market. So if this person does that, if the employee does that, why change this person? So yeah, of course, we can talk about state-run institutions. Of course, in certain administrative bodies, they know people are being changed all the time, but you can't really do it in private sector. Private sector, you work according to the competition law and according to the needs of the market, according to the profit. There is another question in the audience. Yes. So yeah, there are three questions I see. So yeah, I think that we will take as many questions as we can today. Maybe we will even sacrifice the blitz for it. I wanted to get back to the question regarding the labor market per se itself. I think we should start with such an important institution as school, grade school. Probably we need develop professional orientation programs in school so that people would understand what they want even in their early age. If we look at our country, what see there is a certain lack of such programs. Hence, those who enroll in the universities then get disillusioned with the profession they want to take, and then they have to change their profession when they move on to the master's degree. And so, in my opinion, probably there is a need to reform higher education system as well, starting from the bachelor degree level. First, second year, you have cases when people get disillusioned, and we need to give those who get disillusioned early on to change their avenue of development. So you say basically we should introduce more flexibility to all levels of education, right? Yeah, as a professional orientation, then to give more flexibility. Yeah, I believe that there is a lack of psychologists, psychology experts in schools. I think that they're a very relevant profession, and starting from 5th grade, they should help kids to make the important choices in life. Thank you for your remark. Next question. It's basically not a question, what we've heard now. It's basically an offer, a suggestion. I'm a first year student of the MGIMO University, and I wanted to add to what has been said, talking about vocational education and extra education. There is probably a demand. Well, I would cite my personal experience now. When you get to 10th or 11th year, it is very hard to choose a particular field in which you could study in school. That's something that many schools give an opportunity to choose from. And so the thing is that people really don't understand before they enroll in the universities what they want to do. So what is the difference between different sorts of lawyers, for instance? And so they don't really understand what they're getting into. Now that's someone, I mean, there is lack of knowledge and awareness regarding this subject, about the variety that we have in the labor market now. And there is a lack of information on different platforms. I think this is something that we would need. I think it would be nice if somebody could say in plain language what IT specialists are, because for most people in our country, IT specialist is somebody who repairs Windows or repairs a laptop if it stops working. But of course, it's not all there is to it. So I think there is that demand, and I would like to ask a question to the panel. What do you think of the idea to shift from the Bologna process this two-level system, get back to the Soviet 5-year education model, higher education model. What do you make of it? Who would like to take that question? Anyone guess? Well, you have the mic. Why don't you take that question? Thank you for the question. First of all, I wanted to comment on a previous remark that has been made and then talk about the Bologna process. I don't want to be too negative about the Bologna process removal, but I think that getting back to a 5-year higher education model, just getting back to what we used to have without any adjustments, we would basically cut off this opportunity that we have in universities. Of course, there is a lot to develop, a lot to be worked on. I mean, anybody here heard of the system 2 plus 2 plus 2? Oh, one person has heard, because this guy works in a university, so of course he has heard about it. So basically, what we have under this proposed system is during bachelor's degree, the first 2 years they give you basic understanding and very broad understanding of your profession, and then you have certain ways to specialize. So during these 2 years, a student has an opportunity to change tracks. They don't have a need to and to graduate from a bachelor's degree program. So that's something that would be given under this new system, and the old Soviet system would not give any kind of flexibility. I believe that for some professions, those where you still have this old system, and there is a number of those. I think those that still have this system, that I think you can keep it, but where you need this flexibility and moving from subspecialty to subspecialty, I think it wouldn't really be wise to get back to a 5-year-old higher education system. I mean, I'm sorry to say that, but I have to take care of the timing. And so we see all the questions. So, Lena, if you want to say anything regarding the question that was put forward. Oh, the thing is that what we see is the amount of time spent in education is being reduced. What we have is a new program being introduced from the Ministry of Education, a new way to get vocational education. You get 4 years. You know, it's called professionalitet in Russian, and here it would be not 4 years but 2 years. But that's for vocational education, because here it's important to get a skill and work with it. So that's the tendency we see in education. There was this thought about job seekers. So this thought and this idea has to do with market in general, or just IT, that the labor market is employee driven now. So another question I have is, what non-IT specialists have to do, what to do for those who are non-IT specialists. So when I talked about labor market heavily favoring employees, what I meant was that up until 2035 we will remain in a demographically negative situation. And the thing is that we will be lacking employees, people who would be able to work. Up until that point, we're like those who would work in the defense, those who would, people who, the industrial workers. There is a very certain lack of professionals. In terms of lawyers, consulting, here, of course, we see that employer can have their pick. And then what we see as a result of that is a drop in the white-collar labor market. People get less money in this aspect of the labor market. But of course, in other aspects, in other spheres, if you are a non-white collar employee, you probably have an advantage. And if you are a white collar worker, then probably you need to think of the ways to improve your position. I participated in a roundtable in Orlov uh, region, and that's what we see there. There's a lack of kindergarten teachers. There is a hike in salaries for that kind of professions because there is a severe lack of teachers and kindergarten teachers. So that's of course a non-IT profession. That's one option. So hello, very interesting session. I have a question which goes as follows. Many professionals who work in IT, they are not certain of the ways to go now. How you choose a profession to be successful in 5 and 10 years, maybe some personal experience. May I? Well, it's hard to make a 6, 7 year forecast now, especially given the situation we have. Half a year ago, I was much more sure of what would happen down the road. But anyway, what we see from the statistics, and here we'll get back to the previous question for a while, IT has a demand and a lack of 1 million employees by 2027. This figure would double, and that happens given the situation under which we have certain opportunities to introduce new people to the labor market, new prospective employees. So still, given that, given all of our efforts, IT will remain relevant for quite a time. And now I would like to globalize this question. So what is IT really, and where look for opportunities except for IT? As we have already said, digitalization is omnipresent. You can see it in industry, in agriculture. So what seemed to be very weird 7 to 9 years, like food delivery applications, and it takes you only 15 minutes to get the food you've ordered. I think that this trend will continue. And when we talk marketing, design, management, governance kind of skills, I think that all of these will require certain knowledge of digitalization associated competences. So, what is to be done to remain relevant over a long period of time? In 5 to 10 years, you have to stay in touch with what's around you, stay in touch with the modern technology. I will leave the word IT right now, I'll talk more about digitalization. So it will remain relevant and it will become even more relevant as the time moves forward. New tech is being introduced, new tech is being developed, and people who have the skills to work with this tech, they will remain relevant, regardless of the original education they have. And the contrary is true as well, the opposite is true. It would be hard to remain relevant if you're an IT specialist, but you don't have the skills needed in this ever-changing landscape. So, but having the digital kind of skills is of highest importance. So, given your experience, there is this lack and there is this gap between needed, between jobs that should be filled and the number of job seekers. So we understand what you think, Leonid. So if profit appears, although it doesn't seem to happen, but the same was said about economists and lawyers. We all were sure that we would remain relevant for a long time, like those who even have PhD. No, no, no. No. We can't really take any questions right now. So, who wants to talk about this proficit situation? Picking up from what Leonid has just said, any profession which not necessarily has to do with IT, now you see that digitalization gets to this sphere as well. You have to understand how these new software solutions are being introduced to your particular sphere. Like, for instance, in medicine, what you see in the West is a doctor who knows what can be done in his particular field, but he also has to be able to work with UV. It's not necessarily a very competent fellow in working with UV, but he knows how to make the basic things there, and that is what needs to be taken.
We can discuss that offline the conference. And the last question. The last question. The last question. It won't be a brief one. Getting back to what you, Marina, said, what students are missing. As a comment on the classical university education, so we are lacking practice. And what Leonid said, why Skillbox is so much important, because this is about practice, whereas academic education, at least in Russia, gives a very good academical education, but without any practice. And I see that Leonid reacted to that case of a pile of CVs being put on the table of a CEO, but at the same time, the market is lacking the applicants and the employees. Can you comment on that? Bear in mind that employment of young people is quite painful, and it is important for me to understand how the companies are reacting to the foreign nationals, how they could be employed. Colleagues, I will pass the floor to the people who this question is addressed to, but any successful event depends on whether it is not boring and full of content, and we have to stick to the time limit. So these are the two criteria out of my perennial practice. So please try to be brief and concise in your answers. Back to the foreign nationals, I'm not in a position to tell you, but actually this dichotomy between the pile of CVs on the table of a CEO and the shortage of employees, there will always be a gap between practice and education, and the employers and the education, and the state and the business try to narrow that gap by any means. And proceeding from my personal experience, I must say that you can narrow that gap for you trying to be the very best in your cause. Probably you will not be the very best, can be a mediocre specialist, but if you set the bar high, the more chances you have. I think that this is the only success criteria that is possible. And then the market and CVs, this is not your problem. You have only 1 minute to respond to that. You just scared me, and you even interrupted the person who asked the question that I failed to understand the question. But could you repeat the question? You so emotionally reacted to that case when HR director brings a stockpile of CVs and puts that on the table of the boss, and at the same time there is a shortage of employees. Well, despite the shortage, and these are the figures, they are publicly available, so there is a shortage of 1 million people in general in the IT industry, but at the same time, ironically, there is a competition, and once we speak about the pile of CVs, this is about the competition, and it is not being ruled out in the market. We are short of specialists, but at the same time, if we understand that the company opens up several vacancies and they're well paid and the labor conditions are good, certainly a lot of people would apply for that position. There will always be a competition, but the winner, the victor, would be the one who has better competences. And as was correctly said, the winner is the one who can apply these skills in practice beyond the university. Either this is about technical skills, where it should be some very serious practice, multi-year or perennial practice in some company. Colleagues, all the panels, thank you so much. And I would ask you to stay for 10 minutes more, and once you have more questions, we can discuss that on the sideline of the conference. And thank you so much for a very lively discussion. You were full of emotions, very good questions. Not only Igor could boast good questions. Thank you so much. Let's thank all the panelists and the moderator. The GR specialist, Marina Vostokova. Dear speakers, please give them a hand and get down from the podium. If you have some personal questions to ask, as Marina said, the speakers are at your disposition for 10 minutes. You can discuss anything you want outside the conference. Don't leave the room, I have a very interesting project to share with you. Something that we're going to discuss all together. If I may, I will not go to the podium because the participants are going to go to the podium. The Students' Scientific Society, Intellectual Property Society prepared a project called a Young IT Specialist. It is guided by Elmira Burgazina, associate professor. So I'm going to make a presentation of that project. Let's give them a hand. We need a clicker to change the slides. Can you find a clicker somewhere on the table? Are you ready? Once again, let's give a hand to the guys. Let's support them.
Встречайте приложение ВК-клипы. Удобный видеоредактор. Уникальные
Video
маски и
editor, which is
эффекты.
convenient, unique mask
И
effects,
стильные фильтры для
and
обработки.
stylish filters
Еще
for
быстрее,
processing,
проще,
even faster,
вертикально.
simpler,
Теперь в
and
отдельном
more
приложении.
vertical.
ВК-клипы.
In a
Место встречи талантов.
standalone application. Management Faculty of IP of the Russian Academy of IP. Let us present to you our project. The new challenges of the old market. We are not technical experts, but this project seemed to us quite interesting. First, we did some demographic survey. There were to be some flowchart, but as far as we have some technical glitches, we'll have to do without a presentation, unfortunately. All in all, from the very beginning, we calculated the global population, that it goes up every year, but starting from the beginning of the 21st century, the rate of growth is slowing down, and the aging is another problem. And this is especially relevant for Russia. Then the human potential development in Russia and all over the world. Human potential, this is a combination of skills, knowledge, health, and intelligence, which are being used in the production processes. The most important element of the feature of the human capital is the education rate. So it means that investments into healthcare and education is no longer a non-productive factor, but on the contrary, one of the most beneficial ways to invest money. There is top 10 countries in terms of the Human Potential Index, and on top you may find Switzerland and Norway. According to the World Bank, Russia in this index takes 41st place. And the role of the human capital in the global economy and the economies of different nations is huge, because it directly impacts the GDP. This is especially important today in the age of scientific program. Let's speak about 2020, what we know about that. COVID. And this year, the unemployment rate is going up. Most of the unemployed young people are age of 20 to 35. The crisis hit very much the regions. The number of job opportunities in the country increased 5% across the board, but in the market of young specialists, the number of job opportunities decreased by 5%. The crisis hit hard the young specialists from the Far East. The number of job opportunities decreased by 28%. All in all, the number of job opportunities for young specialists increased only in the Central Federal region, net of Moscow and Moscow region, and it would be followed by a flowchart. Get back. Let me stand up. We see that in the Far East, the number of job opportunities decreased by 28%, and the increase is recorded only in the Central Federal region, net of Moscow and Moscow region, Volga Federal region, Northwestern Federal District, and Urals. Here we compare the crisis of 2008 to 2014 and 2020. The crisis of 2020 was graver than the previous ones, because the previous crises were caused by economic reasons, and 2020 crisis was caused by the pandemic. In April, we see a sharp slump in the job opportunities, but in August, the number of job opportunities exceeded the pre-COVID period. Means that the market has restored. That's the unemployment rate depicted here in 2020 again. In spring, it skyrocketed to 6.4%, but throughout 2021, it went down, and in September, it reached the pre-COVID figures of 4.3%. Here you see the job opportunities fluctuations for young specialists in 2021. The number of job opportunities increased dramatically because all the companies started adapting for the current situation, and in May we see the increase by 139% compared to 2020. And now let's have a look at the number of CVs. And you see that the applicants are less active in the market in 2021 compared to the employers. In terms of the job opportunities, actually, the increase was 100%, whereas the increase in the CVs applied or submitted was 19%. Number of job opportunities increased in such industries as healthcare, production, manufacturing production, and sales. This flow chart shows the fluctuations in the job opportunities in IT sphere throughout 2021 and 2020, and we see that the IT specialists are more demanded for in 2021. This is quite logical, and against the backdrop of acceleration of the technological progress, we do believe that this trend would further. As far as new technologies, professions are demanded for, the compensation rate is quite good. The average compensation rate is been shown here, and the highest figures are in Moscow and Moscow region. In 2020, the employees' preferences changed. More of them are opting for the working from home. That's a flow chart which highlights the preferences. 11% of people want to work from home, and hybrid type of work was selected by 30% of people. The main feature of the Russian market is that most of the sole proprietors and self-employed people and most of the payroll employees work in the gray economy, mainly because of the high cost of opening up your own business. More than 30% of the whole economic working age employees are working in the gray zone. The main impediment is the low efficiency of employment in Russia. It translates in the backwardness compared to the Western countries in terms of the productivity, excessive number of the personnel at the companies, forced unemployment, and shadow economy. Production of incompetitive product which cannot be sold in the market. Also, this is about lacking behind of the market of educational programs. Then part-time work, inequality in terms of the income and revenue, brain drain, illegal migration, low pay, low mobility of the employees, and no trust to the state. Sustainable economic growth of the state is determined by the labor potential and competitiveness of the people. The reduction in the population would entail the slowdown and reduction in the labor market. When analyzing CVs which were submitted by young specialists in 2020, we can come up with the conclusion that most demanded for specialists are the ones who are working in the IT sphere. On that flowchart, you may see that sales industry demanded for the young specialists most of all. Analyzing the economy and the tendency of the scientific progress, we identified the most promising professions by the end of 2025. We'd like to highlight cybersecurity specialists and artificial intelligence specialists who are taking the top positions in that ranking. Also, I'd like to note that in the present context, this would be the economic and technical education, which is most popular among the young specialists. In the modern context, a burning issue is about creating new types of employment. There are such features of employment as service sector, more intellectual labor, new forms of organization, and managing the labor process, emergence of new professions in the information sphere, self-employment among the population, the decentralized nature of employment, institutional institutionally, we see that innovations could be distributed differently.
Need to create new indicators such as change of how much the labor force costs and others. Well, we can say that new type of employment, on the one hand, creates prerequisites for development of the intellectual sphere, remote work, work from home that is, and a change of structure of the labor process, as well as we can say that there is opportunity for development of small innovative business, democratization of governance and management, liberalization of labor laws, specific contracts, etc. That's why we must say that there is a number of socio-economic factors that influence the labor market, such as scientific and technological progress, digital economy, non-stop education, labor mobility in the context of globalization. Now we would like to talk about our project, which is more of a social one, but it has to do with economy and the technological process and the problems that we face because of it. Our project is called Young IT Specialist. We propose to create a number of small-scale IT schools where scientists and professionals would teach, and it would be a meritocratically based, state-funded number of educational institutions. It would be a very flexible one. So we propose to create such centers in Moscow first because educational infrastructure is the most developed one. We have a number of different sorts of education institutions here in Moscow, and there are 7 schools that specialize in IT. Now, these would be the basis for our young IT specialist schools that we propose. So, 2021 saw 47,800 orphans in Russia. And we would like to give them hope for a new innovative profession so that they would have an opportunity to improve their life. And so these orphanages would be, of course, very patriotic. And so we would have loyal subjects as a result of these institutions who would then possess relevant skills such as being IT specialists, for instance. So we would have 440 pupils in every school. Each pupil would cost the budget 2,880,000 rubles. So it would be like 1,200 million billion and 200 million approximately for the state for per school. So what we believe to be of the utmost importance for our project is government-private partnership, public-private partnership, and then we see that there is a number of stages we would have to go through to make our project a reality. The first one would be to create classes in mathematical schools, and these classes would specialize in IT. Then we would improve on the already existing IT schools. Then we would create IT schools that would also double as orphanages that would be financed by the petrodollars. Then there would be IT schools for all other interested kids. And the prospects of this project is, of course, to deal with unemployment, adapt the education system to the ever-changing ever market, and then get more foreigners to live and study and work in Russia. As a result of all of that, the quality of life level would grow, and also Moscow would become a global IT capital. Of course, this is a costly project, but it will all cost it in the end. Thank you for your attention.